Hey, so we're gonna get started in about a minute. Got to put my coffee somewhere safe. So you have to. So you said you have to prepare. You have to prepare a portfolio in a week. Well, you don't already have some existing stuff that you could put in there. Slap it all together. Oh my God. I'm trying to get the chat to work, and it's not playing ball. Okay, I think we're all set now. All right, everyone. Welcome, welcome. So, yesterday we worked on humans, kind of a refresher course on drawing people. That's what yesterday was all about. Kind of a boring topic in my opinion, but today we're going to be working on vehicles. So, before we start working on the actual vehicles, again, this whole week is just kind of doing refresher coursing on my end. Um, we're going to be going through one of my favorite books, the book that I always recommend to people, How to Draw by Scott Robertson. Actually, I have How to Render in front of me. I think I grabbed the wrong book. Yeah. Well, okay, I grabbed the wrong book. I have How to Render. I meant to get How to Draw. This is a good book too, but no, this is a good book, but nowhere near as like universally useful as this one. Let me get my notes out of the book. I tend to have a lot of little papers and notes in these books. One second. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, we were having some technical issues earlier, so had to start a little bit later, but I think everything's looking okay right now. So when drawing oh, laggy, huh? Well, I'm not, it doesn't look like I'm dropping any frames. No, everything looks good on my end. But I did change some settings, so I'll have to take a look at that later. So when drawing more organic stuff, like what we were doing with people yesterday, that's when I like to use my brush pens. Otherwise, a multi-liner, more technical pens, especially for stuff like this, makes it a lot easier. I used to do all my like everything with brush pens. So even doing vehicle stuff, you can do it. It's kind of a pain in the ass. It's just so like unnecessary. It's just such an unnecessary extra amount of work. Oh man. So yesterday I was using the Twitch app on my phone yesterday to keep track of the chat, and that thing sucked. Uh it wasn't like updating itself. So I missed a bunch of the chat near the end of the stream yesterday. So what happened with uh what was that? Um so you said you had a week to prepare a portfolio. Couldn't you just use existing stuff that you have? I mean, like, I guess at this point you kind of would have to, right? Whoop. Did it just like did it just like sneak up on you, or were you having like issues trying to decide what to use, and then all of a sudden it was just like a week left? Oops. So I'm working out of Scott Robertson's whoops. I'm working out of Scott Robertson's Start Your Engine book. Um so we're gonna be taking different vehicles and vehicle designs in here, but we're like we did yesterday, we're just gonna rotate them in free space. So right now I'm looking at a and the whole like the back half of this book is just vehicles. So we're going with this one right here right now, which is just a flat image. And we're just gonna play off of that right now. Yeah. Yeah, usually anytime we have newer, you know how it is. Anytime we have newer people come in who are looking for like direction, I always just I always just like immediately just first thing you got to get How to Draw by Scott Robertson. Just get that book first and then just worry about all the rest of your problems later. That's how I usually recommend people when they need yeah, they come in. Yeah, that's all I ever do. It's so comprehensive. Isn't that book is crazy. It's so comprehensive. Like everything about it is just it's so well laid out. It's so easy to understand. The supporting images are just so it's so clean. I like I'm a fan of the Stonehouse Anatomy book, but it feels like there's a lot of empty fluff in that book. So where you go for your training, your schooling, what do they normally like what does a regular recommendation from like the institute like what do they say? Like what do they recommend? Do they have you know how some schools are just at least you know in the US a lot of schools are just vehicles for no pun intended are vehicles for their instructors to push their books. Do you know that? So like some instructors will have written a book and they're just like, "Well, this is my book. You take my class, you could read my book." So it's so it looks like there's a hydraulic right here that I missed connects to that. Kind of want half done sketches just from your understanding, not wait, not half done, but paintings which aren't finished so they can see the oh, okay. Like they don't want something that's like 100% rendered. You took that painting too far. Failure. Well, I mean, to be fair, you don't seem too concerned about the deadline. Um, I'm sure it'll be fine. You seem like you have a good head on your shoulders. I'm sure like you have a fat stash of shit that you can pull from. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. No, it goes down and forward here. So other than that, how's everybody's? Was it Tuesday? It's crazy. I went to a Magic the Gathering tournament on Saturday, and I've been tired ever since. This is fucking crazy. It's like I can't get my shit together. You know what? Did people shower? You know what? Magic the Gathering players are actually much better kept. It wasn't bad. I find that they're much um like higher quality humans than if you go to like a Yu-Gi-Oh event. And then Pokemon events tend to have a younger crowd. Um except for, fucking scalpers. But no, it wasn't stinky at all. It wasn't bad. I would say Yu-Gi-Oh players are probably the worst ones. Um, and I haven't been to a lot of Magic. I think that was my first Magic tournament. I've I've played competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, but my first time to be active in an actual Magic tournament. Like I've been in a card shop during Friday Night Magic because Yu-Gi-Oh events could sometimes take place at the same time. So it actually surprised me how well put together a lot of these people were. I was like, you'll never find this at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Everyone was so nasty. Magic is fucking technical. Yeah. And it, Magic it goes back to that thing that I was talking about with Pokemon tournaments tend to bring in a younger crowd. Magic tends to bring in the older crowd because it's people who've been playing the game for like 20 fucking years, right? Um, the- just by the nature of the game, it requires a lot more patience and thought than especially like a Yu-Gi-Oh. I keep talking shit about Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's like Yu-Gi-Oh is really important to me, but it doesn't make what I'm saying less true. Um, the gameplay in Yu-Gi-Oh is so what it's not. I think the word I could think of would be degenerate. It like Magic rewards you for being a slow, thoughtful player. Yu-Gi-Oh rewards you for being a degenerate type of player. And that really reflects in the type of people who play the game. And you could see it like 100%. Like in Magic, if you're wasting all your resources, you'll get punished for it. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you could empty your whole hand, and if your opponent stops you, next turn, assuming there's a next turn, you get to just do it all over again. And the reason I bring that up is because like it's just like it matches it. Oh my, it matches the personality of the players so much too. Anyway, that's my that's my daily hate on Yu-Gi-Oh talk. We'll keep a counter how many times I can do this once per day. How long I can keep it up for. Hey, what's going on, Drago? What's going on? Do I play One Piece? No, I don't. I hear it's popping off though. I know it's picked up. For the One Piece game, are they using stills from the anime or is it custom artwork or is it a mix of both? Personally, personally, I'm not a fan of uh when card games take still images from from an anime. So I'm trying to think of it would be like if they made Yu-Gi-Oh cards and it was just a bunch of like screenshots from the anime. Oh, you bought the did you bought the Tombow pens? Oh, did you buy you bought the 600 page sketchbook? Yeah, when it comes to good job. Well, that's gonna keep you set for a long time. I'm a fan of the 600 page book because it sorry, my mom just texted me. I had to check it. Usually she doesn't text me unless it's important, so I had to check it. See, I messed this up. Welcome everyone. We're just kind of warming up right now. See, it makes me want to buy some Tombow pens. I'm not gonna lie. When I looked them up on Amazon yesterday so that I can direct you to buying them, I threw them into my cart. I didn't check out, but because I was like, "This is impulse buying. Don't do it." But they're still in there, so he might have motivated me to get back because I love them so much. They're uh, it's I don't know, whatever. Did you get the blue ones, which are the hard tip, because the black ones are the soft tip. I prefer the blue ones, but I think that'll be a personal preference. I don't think you can go wrong with either, especially if it's your first time. Ooh, a link. Let's see what that's all about. Okay. But you said the cards are hella expensive. I opened that link that you dropped for the One Piece cards. Oh man, yeah, those look great. Oh, you got the black one? Okay. Like I said, you're fine with either one. Just eventually be open to trying both of them. Damn, now I want I want some pins. So what is everyone? Oh, you'll say you're not playing yourself because English cards are expensive. Sure won't help play. Yeah. Are you gonna draw? Are you gonna draw every One Piece character? I'm just like, have you seen the economy? Well, that's what people said. That's what people said to me when I did the Pokemon drawing. That's what people said to me when I did the Dragon Ball drawing. And I'm telling everybody who keeps bugging me over the years, they're like, "Are you gonna do one? You're gonna do a drawing with every One Piece character?" And I'm like, if One Piece could ever end and we meet like a I have a hold on, hold on. You're saying drawing every One Piece character would melt my brain, which is why I would demand a lot of money before I even started that project. So, like with all my other projects, like the every Pokemon and the every Dragon Ball character project that I did, um, well, all the ones of these that I've done in the past, I would always draw them first, and then I'd send them off to production, and then I'd sell them, right? But for the One Piece one, because everybody's bothering me to do one, I'm gonna, whenever One Piece is done, I will start a crowdfunding event where it's essentially getting pre-orders so that people are committed. Like I need to know that I'm gonna be able to move like 100 grand worth of them, before investing at least minimum a year of my life into that project. You know what I mean? So, uh, so anyway, the doing that project, the One Piece project, I'm open to it, but at a certain point, it's not up to me. Yeah. So all these people who over the years have bothered me about doing it, when the time comes, we're gonna see if they put up, and something tells me they're not going to. So anyway, I'll do it if people stick by their word. If they don't, they're not gonna get it. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. I know they won't. But um yeah, I know they won't. But my point is if they would, I would do it. Yeah. No, I would sell it like I wouldn't even overcharge for it. I would sell like an 11 by 17 for like 40 bucks, 40 USD. And then a 24 by 36, which is the equivalent to like what, an A1 in size. So like an A3 in size would be like I'd charge $40 US, and then the bigger one, an A1 or 24 by 36 ish, would be nothing like it wouldn't be an insane amount. I would just need a higher quantity of people to prove that they would. How would I fit characters like that? 1,200 characters like that. My Pokemon drawing has over 1,500 characters, and I know that they're just Pokemon, but there's still wiggle room in there. As long as I have, also I yeah, like you just need to work on a super duper high resolution, or if I did it traditionally, which I probably wouldn't do it traditionally, for production purposes, you just need a big digital canvas, like the Pokemon drawing. Oh yeah, hold on, let me grab it. Well, I don't actually have one of the regular Pokemon on hand, but I have the. This is what it looks like, but this is like a special version of the Pokemon piece that I did, where they're all shiny. This was to celebrate like the 10th anniversary of the original version of the drawing I did. So it's like a bit of a yeah. And this is the Yu-Gi-Oh one that I did. So you know what I mean? Like there's over 1,500 characters in the Pokemon piece, but it's just kind of like as long as I know what I'm working with, I can make anything fit. I can make like 3,000 characters fit as long as I have all of them in front of me before I start. You know, I could kind of compose the shot. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I just brought this up because we were talking about One Piece, and One Piece has always kind of been the final frontier for these kinds of projects that I do. Like I don't do a lot of fan art projects, but when I do, I like to, you know. So thank you. But yeah, the One Piece has always been the final frontier, and just kind of waiting for One Piece to finish. Thank you. Yeah, it's always the Pokemon project. Like I said, because I base them on Pokedex size, so using the Gigantamax to frame everything, and then having to balance out the image. And again, this is like a weird shiny version of it. The regular version that's non-shiny, the colors are a lot. There's a lot less green and yellow going on because when they're shiny, there's a lot of lime green. But the non-shiny version of it, the colors are a lot better um, dispersed. So it actually looks a little bit, in my opinion, the non-shiny one actually looks better than this. This is more of a novelty, but anyway, thanks for letting me share that. I should do one for Magic. Fucking bad, bad. Psst, babe, make one for Magic.
It never happened. In John Wick in the middle of like Fantasy 7
Huh?
people, like John Wick in the middle of all the
Oh.
Final Fantasy. SpongeBob.
You can make that argument about anything though, like pirated versions of like the whole people pirating art is that's just part of it. You could be a full-time just oil painter. Like you could be a completely traditional artist and someone's going to have like someone will replicate what you do. You know what I mean? Like that's just one of those things not to worry about. Uh cuz no matter what you do, you can't stop it. And I have a lot of friends who because you can't tell, but my office looks like a Costco. Like I have a bunch of equipment in here for like print production or not print production. I have like boxes and shipping stuff and things I take to conventions, and a majority of my office looks like that. It's not so much like those fancy art offices that you see on YouTube, but um I don't produce my stuff over in China where a lot of my like my colleagues do, my artist friends. And anytime you send something across, as soon as you find a company, you go to Alibaba, find a company there. If you send them artwork, that shit is pirated. That's done. Like so, like I have a business account with some stuff in the U.S. So, but yeah, worrying about getting your shit pirated is like the least of your concerns because it's just gonna happen. If you're a professional artist, it's just gonna happen. It's just like if you make a movie. If you make a movie or you make music, you put it on YouTube, someone's gonna download your music. Like you can't stop it, right? So, which is one of the reasons why I have always made a point to live stream my bigger projects and then yeah, put them online. So at the very least, there's a record of me doing it. So if something happens, you know, could always make the claim. I had this conversation some years ago, and a lot of it seems to be coming true. Um, it was like an escalation um of art, of how art is going to be treated. I really wish I could find that fucking video because it was an old live stream. But it was when I started doing a lot of really excuse me. It's when I started doing a lot of in-person drawing events. Like I would go to like night festivals and stuff, and I would have like a big 8 foot by 8 foot canvas, and I would just do drawing out in the like public art performance. I started doing a lot of that, and I was streaming a lot at the time too. And we had a conversation about like why I was making such a point to do live art, and this was I think 2017, and my reasoning back then was I could sense like an escalation where at conventions it was 11 by 14 prints were cool, but then it was 11 by 17 escalation, and then all of a sudden it became okay, well now we have to print on metal. We like printing on paper is not good enough. We need to print thicker paper and put holographic paint on top of it, so now the regular print wasn't enough, and now people were printing on metal stuff, and it was just this huge escalation of what the public wanted, and then it gets to the point where everything looks so mass produced. You know what I mean? Like it loses a lot of I felt like art was losing a lot of its personality, and I didn't I didn't what do you call it? I didn't Jesus, I didn't predict something like AI coming in. But I did think that there was going to be a point where people were no longer going to be interested in uh, mass produced artwork as much just because it was losing so much of its personal touch. So I was making a point to really focus on drawing artwork live, or at least being able to perform artwork live, because I thought that eventually even the layman would get tired of seeing it and they would just need more. And being able to watch somebody draw artwork that was, I still stand by this. I think people would be happier to pay more money for a piece of artwork that was drawn in front of them, or a traditional piece that was custom done for them, even if it looks kind of mediocre, versus paying more for something that's mass produced. And I see that a lot at conventions now. That's why over the past, I guess, year now, I've really leaned towards, when I go to comic book conventions as an artist, I'm leaning towards commissions um, as like the main thing that I try to push on people. During Anime Expo last year, Jesus, I did like 14 commissions a night, something like that. I only slept. So Anime Expo was 4 days. I got there on I got there on day zero. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 days. I slept this. I set up. I slept. Day one, I stayed up overnight, did like 14 commissions. I slept this night, and then I stayed up the next day to do like another 17, and then I took the rest home, which was like 20 or some shit like that. Craziness. Anyway, so my rambling, my point is, you guys need to give me money for that One Piece drawing, or else or else it's never gonna see the light of day. No, not you guys. You guys could hang out here. Everyone who hangs out in the stream is exempt from having to support my other projects because you're supporting the stream. Okay, let's wow, I can't believe like what time it is in the day already. Oh, and I brought this up yesterday, but I feel like I should bring it up every day this week at least. So, the past couple weeks we've been talking about my convention appearances for the year, and my schedule right now is looking a little light, but I do have to let you know that I will not be making an appearance at Anime El Paso this weekend. Originally, that was in the schedule, and I know we had one Texan who was in the chat, and if you're here, just, I'm not going to be at that show, so don't bother going to that show. No, I'll be in I think it's Austin in July, but I will not be in El Paso this weekend. Um, Anime Matsuri. I believe that's yeah. I'll double check, but Anime Matsuri, which I believe is Austin. I'll go to Austin all day. I'm gonna go a little El Paso, right next to the border. Get my ass thrown into a van. I'm okay. So yeah, I'll be skipping that. Um, I'll be at Anime Expo in Los Angeles for Fourth of July weekend. Um, Probably be the best place to catch me there. Um, oh, my bad. I missed that. The YouTube chat. My bad. I missed your message. Because I don't have it. I don't have the YouTube chat pulled up in front of me. I'm in the process of reorganizing the my office right now, so I don't have the YouTube chat in front of me. But he said you definitely need to view this. Your vehicle work is slacking. Um, is it that drawing vehicles is difficult, or is it just something that you're like? It's not. Is it one of those subjects where it's not really much of a problem for you? You're just not doing it a lot. That's how I am with. There's some topics. There are some topics that are really easy for me, and I just uh I don't want to say a slack on them, but because I know they're a little easier for me to understand, I don't put as much emphasis on them, which is weird, right? Because you would think, oh, this is what I'm good at. I'm gonna quadruple down on it. Whoops, ignore that line. Ignore that. Oh, okay. Hope your day is going well. Oh, crazy, dude. Uh, Glad you could find time in your busy schedule. Show back up. Oh, you went back to the gym today. How did that go? Feel very rusty? I bet it wasn't that bad, right? This is my second day in a row that I've taken off from the gym. I was going to go before the stream, but instead, I fell asleep. I took like a 1 hour nap. There's drool all over the side of my face. It was crazy. When it comes to drawing mechanical stuff like that, is visual library the most important thing to have other than perspective? Well, yeah. So it, I guess we could say visual library, right? Because you know, when it comes to mechanics, almost everything is the same. It's just like when you're if you're gonna design something from scratch, you just have to think how things are gonna connect. It's just like is it gonna be on is this gonna connect via like some kind of hinge, right? Or is it gonna be on like some kind of ball joint, right? Um or am I gonna be using um some kind of I was gonna say piston. It's not actuator. Wow, I need to refresh my vocab. Um, are you going to use some kind of is there going to be some kind of strut that connect these two parts together, right? You get what I'm saying? So like those little mechanical things in regards to functionality and how they work with each other, for me I find is kind of the most important thing when you're designing or when you're yeah when you're like trying to bullshit and just kind of sketch away at vehicles. So for example, like with this cockpit right here, right? Let's turn this into that. So I have worked. I used to work on cars for a living, so I could look at a lot of like I could look at tanks. I could look at ground style vehicles and apply the information that I've gathered over years of being a professional mechanic, drawing those things and applying those. I never worked on a goddamn airplane, right? So I don't. To me, I don't know if an airplane has a little hinge here on the front where it just pops open, right? I'm talking about a real airplane. The does it? I know that it slides back. I know you have. I'm just using this as an example, right? I know that it slides. It. I know that it slides back. Okay, but that's what I'm talking about. So you're talking about visual library. You could, yeah, it would be like how much of this little stuff do you are you familiar with in regards to the functionality of it, and that and perspective I would say definitely are the most important things because like you could bullshit some wings, right? You could bullshit some weird wings. Let's stick like a proper looking turbine or turbine, as Americans call it for some fucking reason. Who's the turbine? You stick that on there. Now it looks like it functions, right? More or less. Actually, it goes backward. It goes in like this. It's yeah. The YouTube chat is asking, am I only streaming on YouTube? No, I'm primarily streaming on Twitch right now. So I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now, but I only have the YouTube or excuse me, I only have the Twitch chat pulled up in front of me. The YouTube chat is like way off over here to the side. So my bad if it takes me a minute to get to the YouTube chat. Um, that's gonna get fixed soon. I have a monitor that is gonna be installed. I'm gonna install a monitor right in front of me here. The parts for that are just not here yet. Oh, abstract, you made your way over to the Twitch. Thank you. Just to let you know, abstract. This is yeah. It's just like if you were to draw. I mean, we're talking about vehicles, but all mechanical stuff. Like, let's say you're gonna draw like a robot person, right? Like a rope, yeah. So the shoulder. Oh no, are we running out of ink? All right. The shoulder of that robot, you probably are gonna put a ball joint there, right? Because that's how humans work. So when you're doing vehicles, it's the same thing. My bad. I'm trying to figure out a good way to word this, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, so functionality is definitely important when you're doing vehicles because I think it's one of those uncanny valley things where like if a person looks at it and they're just like that's not how that works. Like they don't know it, but their brain does. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, abstract. But you know what, abstract? When I get everything set up in this office like I want to, I want everyone to be able to just stay on the platform that they prefer, which is the reason like I'm not currently streaming on TikTok or Instagram right now, just because I wouldn't be able to monitor those chats. As soon as my gear comes in and I have the big monitor in front of me, we're gonna be streaming on like 8 platforms. I have 16 cores on the CPU, and we're gonna use all of them because because I sold my graphics card, so I can't. um, how do you enrich the visual library? Just look at reference until you get it without knowing it. Oh, various ways to improve your visual library. Watching streams like this helps as long as you know the person you're watching knows what they're doing. So I don't know why you're here, but no, no. I think all seriousness, the best way to improve your library is to study with intention. Um, is to study with intention. So like, let's say let's say you are in a phase where you want to start drawing planes, but you don't know anything about how any of that stuff functions. Well, then you go watch a bunch of YouTube videos, non art related. Just go watch a bunch of YouTube videos about airplanes, right? Or like how they're, that old show, How It's Made? Go watch one of those things and go see how the parts are assembled or whatever. You just watch it and understand it. It's just like if you're trying to draw a chair. Um, eh, if you wanted to draw a chair, you're pretty familiar with how a chair works, right? It's just that. Wow, we are out of ink. That sucks. It'd pop it open again, but let's see. I've only opened this once before, so I think it's still pretty tough. Leverage. Oh, 1 second. All right. We're just gonna switch over to a different pen. You know what? I have a bunch of these old pens. They're not refillable, so let's just burn through all these non-refillable pens. Let's just burn through all of these. Whoa, look at this thing. Okay. Do you find that your understanding of vehicles is better because of that? It's hard for me to gauge because I've always been a fan of cars. So I look at mechanical things and I just know, like I could look at it and just kind of it just clicks with me. Um but then again, I don't know what it's like to not feel like that, so I can't say it's helped me or not. You know what I mean? It's just like let's just give a general answer and just say yes. Not to just let's just say yeah because it's like so second nature to me now. Wow, all these pens are dying. I guess this is kind of good. Let's just grab all of them. And then throughout the stream, as they start dying, we'll just start chucking them one by one, and that'll lighten the load here on my supply, my supply blocks. Okay, I'm bored of this vehicle that we've been studying. So what I'm doing is I have one of Scott Robertson's books in front of me, and I have the Rev Your Engine book by Scott Robertson, and you see it has a bunch of these here. What I like to do is it's fun to kind of go through, not specifically just his, but anyone who's good at like industrial design. You can go and look at their body of work, and you could just take something like this and then work off that reference, but change it. So like, um, see how these are just full side shots. I could just look at one of these, like this one. Like we could take a random one, and then I'll use that as reference, and then I'll rotate it in free space, and then just see if I could come up with a cool design building off of that one image. So that's, it's using reference, but trying to do more than just one for one copy it. See, now that we're talking about cars, let's do some interiors. I'm gonna close this. There we go. But you know what's interesting? Everybody has an interest in something, right? So it's interesting when people say they don't know what to draw because I'm like, you have an interest in something. Everyone is. So I'll give you an example. There's this girl that I used to follow on YouTube. She was really into, like, her whole YouTube channel was just drawing dresses. The technical execution of the drawings was pretty. I was gonna use the word primitive. That's super. That's super insulting. That's what Mike Tyson said. No, no, no. It is really elementary, like her renderings of them, but her understanding and visual library of dresses and designs were so interesting enough that I don't give a shit about dresses, but it was cool enough that I subscribed to the channel. She hasn't shown up in my feed in years, but I'm just kind of remembering her right now. So it's interesting when people are like, "Oh, I don't know what to draw." I'm like, "Dude, you like something. Draw that." God, what was her name? I'm never gonna remember. I barely remember what I had for breakfast yesterday. So, fun question: what does everyone here do for a living? Nobody here say artist because I know you guys are liars. Working education currently, off for the summer. Oh yeah, we had that conversation the other week about how does your how does your summer go? Ooh, this pen is real good. I mean, it's no Tombow pen, but I like that answer. You're an artist and you do building surveying to keep the lights on. I think that's the perfect answer right there. I used to have a detachable steering wheel on my Honda Del Sol. Who here knows what a Honda Del Sol is? Don't Google it. Just yes or no. Yeah, I used to have a Honda Del Sol, and I love that little thing. It just was very, very impractical. I argue less practical than like a Miata, which already in itself is, it was cool because it had it was like a a rare, I had a rare version of that Del Sol where it had the equivalent to an Integra Type R engine in it. Um, no, it wasn't a swap. It came with that, and it's just a very difficult model to find. Um, man, I put I had wasted so much money on that car. You have to make sacrifices, but it pays well. Maybe when you retire, you'll really take it on. Um, well, I mean, like we, so a lot of you in the chat right now haven't been here for a long time, but I always have a thing. After being a professional artist for so long now, um, I do often tell people that I I think I think art is honestly best kept as not your profession. For I would say for like 99% of people, it really is best that it's not your profession. And there's a lot of people who, I mean, like it's different by art. I mean, like how do you say, independent, I guess. Oh, I don't know. I guess this also applies to if you're trying to work studios or whatever. Um, like it can be done a lot more, not easier, but being able to find a job as an artist is a lot more readily available these days because of the internet. But especially if you're going to like a school or something and they could help hook it up, then definitely. But I think for a lot of people, it is best that you have your normal life, that allows you to go to a job and interact with other human beings and make your money and spend time with your family, and then you go do your art. But the moment it becomes your profession, it's it's all you. It's like your whole fucking life, right? And I don't think a lot of people are really mentally built for that, and not in a negative way. I mean, like it'll drive you fucking crazy, and I don't think certain people would thrive well in that environment. Yeah, the moment art becomes your job, it just becomes everything. It takes over everything. It basically you're not allowed to clock out. You're never allowed to clock out. I imagine being a teacher is kind of like that too, right? Well, no, you get the summer though. So okay, so here's the question: when it comes to the pedals, when it comes to the pedals on a car, the uh the accelerator, the brake, and the clutch, which one of them protrudes from the top, and which one of them is being pushed down into the floor? So in Here's a fun story. There was a I was working on a Nissan truck, right? And it had a no start. It was a Nissan truck and it had a no start condition on it. And it like all signs pointed to the starter, right? And it was such a pain in the ass to do the starter to it. So I go in there, diagnose it, like, oh, this sounds like the starter. Um, so because like you put the key on, you try to go engine on, you get a click. And not like a dead battery type of click, but it was just like you could tell the starter was like not firing. So I changed the starter, still won't turn on. And then I check everything else, and then I start going through like service bulletins, and I'm just sitting there, burning time for like an hour, 2 hours. It's just horrible. So on the clutch, because it was a standard transmission, behind the clutch, it has a little safety switch, right? So it's the clutch. Here's the brake. Brake pedal is usually a little smaller than the clutch, and then accelerator pedal. Usually it's pretty long, like tall wise, so you could put your foot on it. And sometimes that goes from the top. Sometimes it sticks into the bottom like that. Anyway, um, behind like up top of the clutch, like near the top, there's a little there's like a little nub that pushes a safety switch, right? And I checked the safety switch, but it's intact. The safety switch is basically like if that safety switch isn't being pressed down on the clutch, it won't let you start the car. It's a little safety switch. And I check it, and it's still everything looks good. What I didn't realize, this particular brand or this particular model of Nissan, there's like a rubber on this side, not over here. This is where the safety switch is. There's a piece of rubber over here, and when that gets worn down, then even if you push this down, it doesn't press the safety switch, and you just can't turn the car on. So I dealt with that for super long. Anyway, we're sitting here talking about art. I have a shit ton of these stupid car stories that I could share with you guys, but I never get to share them with anybody because nobody cares. But you're on my stream, so I used to watch this YouTube channel that was trying to build the fastest Del Sol. A 9 second Del Sol? Shit. You know what's crazy about the Del Sol is it is it weighs more than the standard because it's technically a variant on a Honda Civic. It's a variation of that. That's what it's built on. It's the heaviest. Uh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. It's the heaviest version of the Honda Civic, so it weighs more, which means it's slower, right? Um. So to try to make a Del Sol fast is like that is a task. I bet you could put one of the newer engines in there and make it hit that 9 second pretty quick. But back in the day, I'm sure trying to get nine out of that was sub 10 seconds. I'm sure was a bit of a task without the use of even with the use of like uh full engine swap, something bigger, nitrous. Do you guys know? So we were talking about art school earlier. Do you guys know I went my schooling? I went to an automotive school. That's how deep. That's how deep into this I was. That's where all my student loans came from. That's one of the reasons I never went to art school because I was a mechanic first, and then by the time I got out of that, and then or by the time I started making money as an artist, and then I paid off my student loans, the idea of getting more loans, I was like, nah, I'm straight. I'm good. I don't need all this. So that's why I never went to art school. So anyway, I brought up the automotive school right now because I wanted to share the fact that my team that we were the team I was in when we were there, we built a was it like a 400, did we get to 400 horse or 500? It was some crazy shit. They have cars there at the facility that they give you as a student, a group of students, a team to modify. There's like a hot rod course where you can modify the car to see who can make the fastest car, basically, right? So we got a Camaro. Yeah, it was fucking bad, dude. We had nitrous in it too. It was crazy. We went in there. We were tuning it to get like the air fuel mixture all right. It was crazy, and none of it. I was gonna say none of it came out of our pockets, but I mean, never mind. I had student loans. I well paid for that. But the very first vehicle was a 1990 Chevy S10. Hey, S10s are dope though. Guinea Pig is asking, is that how you got good at drawing cars? Being around them all the time, training to be a mechanic? No, I don't. Again, I'm always gonna say if you're exposed to something enough, then you'll have it kind of in your visual library a lot better. But getting good at drawing anything mechanical comes from practice. Like no matter how much like no matter how much I any of us understand a topic, if you don't train it, you're not gonna get good at it, right? Like all of us, every single person in this chat knows beat for beat what a human looks like. You're around humans all the time. At the very least, you're around yourself all the time. But if you don't practice, you still can't draw a person, right? So that's the same thing. I'm sure it helps, but ultimately, being able to do mechanical stuff came from practice. Yeah. You avoided perspective for years. Took a year and focused on it. Realized all the fundamentals you'd learned character design translate over. You're just hurting yourself. Yeah, perspective is like the base of everything. Again, a lot of you are kind of newer here, but like over the years of sketchbooks that we've filled here on the stream, anytime we have somebody coming in or anytime we learn a new topic or a subject, anything, it always starts and then comes back to perspective. Always. You want to learn how to draw a frog, you better get good at, being able to rotate it and without steady understanding of perspective, you're not going to be able to do that. You did a burnout, taking off, taking it off in first gear, just slamming it. With how reckless I used to drive, I'm lucky to be alive right now. We should, my buddies and I, we would mod our cars very poorly because we didn't have a lot of money, but we still modify them. We drove like crazy. We were those assholes. We drove like maniacs. Has anyone heard of Bigfoot horror vlogs? Nope. What's that? I feel like we lost focus here. So boats. Oh god. Okay, you know what? Let's reset. Let's do a couple pages of car into no. All right, let's we'll continue with the book. We'll pull I want some ground vehicles. I'm not really into water and air. Let's just stay on the ground for a little bit. Motorbikes, that would be uh okay. We can I'll do this vehicle and then we'll switch over to yeah, we'll switch over to that after this. Anyone here ride motorcycles? I haven't owned a motorcycle in a very long time. I rode one. When was the last time I rode a motorcycle? Was I I say 2019? I think was probably the last time I ever rode one. The last time I ever owned one was long before that. You know how everyone walks around, like a parent or whatever. It's like, "Oh, you get a motorcycle, they're so dangerous. Oh, they're so dangerous." You know what? They're fucking right. I've gone down on mine twice. Like I still like you can- uh I have road rash um all along my left arm, right? It's just like,
And your arm and your legs.
oh yeah, yeah. On my arm and my leg.
Really
And that was just from one time I skid. I went down twice. I can't remember what happened on the other one. I don't think. Anyway, my point is, um, anything you hear about motorcycles is pretty true. So just like, I'm all about being a proud whatever rider, whatever the fuck they want to. But nah, man, it's just. And you know what I hate the most? What I hate the most is that at the time when I got it, my mom really didn't like that I rode a bike, but she couldn't do anything about it. And she always referred to it as a phase. And I was like, nah, nah, I'm gonna ride till motorcycle ride. I'm all in. I'm never gonna get another bike. It's such a phase. It's like,
bad.
I hate that. I hate that my everything that my parents have ever said, it's just like as I get older comes true, and I'm like, God damn it, and it's just so annoying. Okay. We're just gonna switch over to motorcycles because the moment you said that, I lost interest in this current thing that we're working on. We can draw motorcycles for hours. Let's do that. Um, it's been a while though. Let's see if I can remember this. The main part of the frame here, the arms. We'll try to remember this. We'll try to remember what a general motorcycle frame looks like, and then I'll go pull up a reference so we don't keep wasting time. But I think it'll be fun to see how much of this I remember. I've owned a motorcycle, I've built cars, but I've never disassembled an entire motorcycle before. I crashed my bike once and I changed the fairings on it, but I've never had to disassemble it, as in take the engine out and leave the frame bare. I've never had to do that before. Let's see if I can remember this. So this is this will be the front. This is where you get the big bolt that locks in the your steering onto it. Whoops. Wait. That should go this way. No, that's not. Yeah, anyway. And then this will curve this way because this is usually where your radiator is. Usually. I feel like sometimes the frame meets right here at the bottom, but no. It doesn't meet at the frame doesn't meet here at the bottom because usually have your radiator and then you'll have fairings that block this right here. Okay. Um I think it tends to uh yeah, the gas tank will be right there. And then the engine will be in here. You have the seat here, which means you will have some of the frame probably bolt on right here and then extend back. I'm going to be curious to see how close I get with this. And there's no like universal frame. But when it comes to a motorcycle, if you could remember the frame, you'll remember where everything goes. It's almost like how you get the proportions of a motorcycle ride. So the seat will sit here, and the bolt's right there. And I think it was the frame run all the way to the back right here, because this is like where the seat goes, and then you have the brake light in the back. Yes, so the frame will extend out to the back here. Usually that's like where the fuse box and stuff sits. This part is giving me a bit of a blind spot. I can't remember. Okay, so you have the frame around the engine. You have this part leaning forward, which actually the frame itself would be like that. Hmm. All right. Reference time. I got to go pull up a reference because this section right here is giving me a blind spot. I can't remember what the frame looks like there. Let me go find a reference. No, I was kind of close. Okay. So it just kind of extends upwards to the back, like right here, obviously to support it. And then usually, I don't know if this is considered part of the frame, but you have parts that extend outwards to the back, which is where you'll have the you could either put like sliding pegs or you could put the passenger's footrests on it. But anyway, in general, that's what the a frame will look like. All right, so now that we have the frame, now that we've rebuilt the frame and we remember what we're working with, now we can take this and we could just design a motorcycle. That's what we'll do for the next couple hours. Hold on. I need to find some new music for myself. Okay, so let's redo this but a little cleaner so we have a visual of what we're working with. So I think this right here is just a straight like that. See, do they front? Where they mount the radiator? Yeah, usually it's front mounted, but because it's the fucking radiator. But and then usually the headers, the exhaust pipes, you'll be able to see them run down below, kind of make their way out to the back. Mm. Or okay, so all right, so I think we're gonna be on this for a while. I think this is probably where the the whole stream is gonna go now because it seems to be a lot of blank spots in regards to the construction. Like I okay, we're gonna focus on this for the foreseeable future of the stream of today's stream because I can like drawing a motorcycle's not a big deal, but there's some stuff that I'm drawing a blank on the construction of it. You have to different. Oh wow. Well, I appreciate it. Um, yeah, go get some rest. Yeah, and then the if you ever this motorcycle section, if you want to skim through it, you know the video will stay up on my Twitch and YouTube channel. Yeah, but I'll be hammering away at the motorcycle stuff for a few more hours. So what I'm going to do is do a quick sketch of a motorcycle from memory because it's been a few. God, it's been a long time since I've drawn one. And then we're just gonna do a little refresher study on motorcycles and components, um, and then we'll do that to the point where I can draw one again without reference, and then we'll see the difference between the not imperfections, the slight misunderstandings I have in the construction from this one to afterwards, and we'll see how far off I was. I just had a I just had a strange thought right now about school, because you guys, I told you I went to an automotive school, and this was before smartphones. Okay, I mean smartphones existed, but this was like before any of that stuff. Like no one's walking around staring at their phone all fucking day when I was over there. So when we had questions, we had to we had to like raise our hand and actually ask it in front of people. We had to not be afraid to be dumb, right? And it was a school full of mechanics. There's a lot of dumb going on in there. We weren't the brightest bunch, um, but we liked what we did. But I wonder if today, one, you can't get kids off their phones, right? You can't even get adults off their phones. But I wonder, do do you think that like if they're in class and they're learning a subject, they're like, well, I don't want to. And crazy, maybe you could chime in here since this is kind of your field. Before the phone, we used to have to raise our hand and ask the question and risk looking quote dumb in front of everyone about asking a question. But these days, I wonder if kids are just like, well, I'm not going to ask that question because I don't want to look dumb in front of people. I'm just going to check my phone afterwards. Because I'll tell you what, that's what I would do if I was like, knowing how I was in high school, super bullied and all that, or elementary school rather, more so. Instead of asking in front of everyone and looking dumb, I would just be like, bitch, I'm gonna wait till I'm out this classroom and I'm just gonna check it myself. I don't need you guys to know. Because needs to have a spot for your legs, like right here. Radiator's front mounted, because of course it is. So this area, I think, is where I'm drawing the blank right here. So this will be a good refresher. This will be a great refresher today. And then the frame runs through this fairing right here. Okay. So we're gonna take. We've been on for a little over 2 hours. I'm gonna take about a 10-minute break. I'm gonna eat, kind of refresh, and then we'll be back on. And this is gonna turn into a motorcycle stream. So, all right, all right. Be right back. All right, everyone. Didn't mean to scare you. She stuck.
Babe, she come in here.
I'm having a bit of a brain fart here with the way the suspension is sitting. There are many different frames, different chassis that are used. So it's best to kind of just take like a best of of all of them. So right here, Yeah, we're gonna refocus here. Um, so we were working out of Scott Robertson's book, and then I got distracted by working on some motorcycles. So we are gonna get back to Scott Robertson's book, which is kind of was the whole point of today's refresher. So I got a little distracted. If we do a motorcycle stream, it's gonna be a complete motorcycle live stream. So I'm going through Scott Robertson's uh one of Scott Robertson's books, and he has just like a plethora of vehicle sketches in the entire throughout the whole book. And so I'm just taking one of them, which is more or less looks like this, and then we're gonna extrapolate from that. So it's just a good exercise. We'll probably be on this for about 2 or 3 hours. It's a good exercise where I'm just taking one of his rough sketches, which is a profile shot like this, and then we're just going to go from there, and we're gonna see we're kind of rotate the box a little bit, and then eventually we're just gonna build up a vehicle of our own based on his sketch. I wanted to pick something that has kind of a bubbly look. It almost looks like a BMW Z4, old school Z4. I don't know what the new ones look like. I learned something very interesting from a comic book artist that cars at their peak appeal are designed to be looked at straight on, like from the ground. But it's like basically the most appealing that a car should look is at human height. So like if you had like an overview shot of a car, if it looks ugly, that's because they didn't intend for you to look at it that way. Is that interesting? I mean, an ugly car is an ugly car, but yeah, something I learned from a comic book artist. This is like whenever he would illustrate the Batmobile, he always did it from a street view. Like the camera was always set close to the ground rather than like an overhead shot. Speaking of which, I gotta do service on my car or my wife's car. uh, soon.
Our car.
Bitch, what'd you say?
I said our car. Jeez.
Another jumping spider out there, like
Well, did you
outside.
leave them?
I left them.
Okay.
I
Leave
look. I
those.
looked them up, and they're cute little guys.
Yeah,
They got little
people have them
eyeballs
as
on them.
pets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people were holding them, and they're
Yeah.
little fuzzy guys. Yeah,
Yeah, those are good. They'll eat all the stuff and they're scared of you.
that's fine.
Yeah. They don't
Well, I left them,
thank
so
you.
if he shows up in the house,
Yeah, it's over.
Give it like a wide body. Get this super deep wheel well. Yeah, we'll do that. I used to during COVID time when we were locked up and then all I had was like free time to sketch, right? Um I used to sketch some cars with modifications that I would never gonna own, and I would never take the time to do in real life, even if I could. But it was always fun to do that, like customize a car just visually through drawing. And I found that the past few months I was doing that with computers. Like I did that before I built my wife's computer. I actually did this sketch of it. Oh, do I have it? We have to frame this. That sketch I did of your computer. Remember I made a drawing of
Yeah.
yeah. You said you wanted to frame it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's like insane.
Yeah, my wife's in the office here with me. But yeah, so I've been doing this a lot the past couple months, mainly because like it's I don't want to spend like when building a computer, I didn't it's similar to building a car. I didn't want to spend money on something like I didn't want to assemble something and then blindly slap it together and it just looked like a generic. I mean, you've all seen the fish tank computers, right? They fucking all look the same these days. Um that's robot racist, right? So I I did a draft of like this before I built my wife's computer, and I've been doing this a lot. Like I did it with mine, and I should monetize this. Yo, business venture. We are going to we are going to offer this service to the good people of the PC Master Race on Reddit and say, "Hey, give me your parts list. I'll mock it up for you so you have an idea of what it looks like before you spend money to assemble it."
I think they have programs like that.
Well, fuck them.
It's
Yeah,
so
well,
like,
they got programs like that. Well, I'm one of them. They could hire me instead. And then they can keep the artwork and then hang it up on their wall. Huh? Computer program going to do that for them? So I assume it's going to dip right here. The body will dip inwards right here. I don't know anything about shape language when it comes to vehicles because I'm not an industrial designer. I'm not the sketch monkey. Oh, this transition right here. This looks like that Veilside RX-7. Okay, so parsley. My dog is singing at the window right now. I assume this top section right here. Long front fender. No, 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 no. A spoiler. Let's have a shorter back. Like, let's have this, the wheel well go a little higher. So have more of this shape. Oh, almost dropped all my oatmeal on the ground. You know, it's crazy. Twitch just sent me a notification saying that I finished my path to affiliate, which is fascinating because I thought I did that years ago. Did it reset me? Yeah. Headrest would be shaped more upwards like that. Whoops. Am I breathing right into the mic? Do you think it's beneficial to practice in this direct way you draw and for someone beginning art, or do you mostly do it because you perform live? Um, I think it's beneficial in general. I don't think there are any bad ways to practice, honestly. Mileage is mileage, right? So, but for your question, you're talking about like drawing without any under sketches. If you're talking about drawing without any under sketching and just going like straight to pen, I think there's a lot of benefits to that. Yeah, I think if you're excuse me, I think there's a lot of benefits to it. I think above all else, it helps your confidence because you're forced to commit to the line that you're drawing. Even this is like really scribbly, right? So we're just hanging out with the sketchbook, so it's nothing serious. Um, but I think it can uh it can teach good behaviors, as in like committing to a line, versus if you're going, especially if you're digital, you're doing a lot of undo. If you're doing pencil, you can gives you the opportunity to erase. But if you're doing it with just this, if you're drawing, you have to commit, and it might make you. I don't know. I think it just makes you sharper. Um, it also another benefit is uh, supposedly it's supposed to help with your coordination a lot more. I think it all comes down to that whole thing about being forced to commit to the line that you're doing. Um, Confidence, pen control, all that shit. So yes, like I said before, I think generally it's an overall. There's a lot of benefits to it. Um, but there are some people who swear by it. I'm not that hardcore about it. Where people are like, well, if you just draw with only pen, you'll experience your XP will times two. You'll find a lot of people who talk like that. I don't know. I think it's cool. You're fine if you don't do it. I think there are benefits. I don't think it's necessary. If you're not comfortable with it, you should at least give it a try. Um, yeah, I have like such a wibbly wobbly answer on that because I think the answer itself is pretty wibbly wobbly. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to clean out this brush yesterday. Yeah, I had to clean out this brush. It's like clogged. Or not clogged. I left it out open too long and it's dried up. So, um I guess the best answer to that would also be if you've never done it before, then 100% you should do it to see how you feel about it. Yeah, I think some people overemphasize it. They're like, "Well, I mean, like I said, benefits, of course, but there's also benefits to drawing in other ways as well, right?" But if you've never done it before, then see how you like it. You tried it before and you notice it helps to pre-visualize. You had trouble being sketchy afterwards, probably a skill issue on your end. Um, I mean, isn't it weird how we work? Like when I use, if your work, like the tool you use tends to dictate a lot of your behavior. So, for example, I'm using a multi-liner right now. You see, I'm very sketchy. Like I'm going a lot of back and forth stuff, right? When I'm with my brush pen, I don't do that. When I'm with the brush pen, so here I'm gonna draw a bicycle right now. Okay, I'm gonna draw a bicycle, and you'll see how sketchy I am because I have a multi-liner. But I'll redraw the same bicycle, but with a brush pen, and you guys are gonna see just my natural instinct with a brush pen is to just whoosh, quick lines, just get it over with. It's over. You know, I never thought about this. It's just occurring to me now. Maybe the looser the tool, you know, the looser the tool, the more you have to commit and the more control it requires. So like a brush pen is going to require a lot more commitment and hand-eye coordination and focus than like even this. And then if you pull it back even further and you go to like a pencil, you're just always going to be like sketchy like that, right? I don't like this like that. Or no, no, let me phrase it. I don't like lines like that when you're doing line work because you, I don't know, you could kind of see it and it lacks confidence versus if you just do this. See what I'm saying? I remember I had the hardest time because you know how we just did a kind of a not a deep dive, but like a refresher course on motorcycle frames or chassis rather. I remember for the longest time I had issues remembering what a bicycle chassis looked like, and it was driving me crazy. So we had a live stream. This was years ago. We had a live stream where all I did was work on bicycles for like 12 hours or some shit like that. I don't know who was here, but whoever was here, do you guys remember that? Yeah. It was just like that one time I had trouble drawing feet. So we did like a 14-hour feet stream and now I can it's like one of the easiest things for me to draw now. That's another thing that I believe in when it comes to studying. So like whenever I would learn a new topic, sorry, I'm over here finding new music for myself, not for you guys, for me. Uh is like anytime there's a new subject that I'm trying to learn, I will like kind of over fixate on that one topic until it burns itself into my brain. I don't like to be like, okay, well, today I'm going to work. I'm talking about new stuff, not refresher. To be like, today I'm going to work on hands for 4 hours today. And then tomorrow I'm going to work on noses for like 3 hours. To me, 4 hours, 3 hours is not enough time to get good at any one topic. So it's like if you're hopping around subject subjects, I think that could be detrimental to your learning. So if you're like in that place where nothing's really clicking, um, there's a good chance that maybe you're just not spending enough time on one topic and you're just kind of like spitballing in a lot of different directions. You ever feel like you lose the skill in some of those topics, even with intense practice? If I don't practice something 100%, I just lose that particular subject. If I don't practice it, I'll lose it. But it is easier to get it back. Of course, because like you know it. Yeah, I know. That's what makes this difficult, right? Like there's so many different you basically have infinite subjects to learn, right? You have infinite subjects to learn, and as you learn one thing, you are literally forgetting something else that you learned because there's just too much. That's why when you get to like a high skill level, um you actually have to draw more. Once your visual library starts getting bigger and you get to a higher skill level, you have to draw more than you were drawing when you were just learning. What like when you were just starting out. Because you still have to continuously learn new things, but then you have to keep on drawing to keep what you have. So like I've been doing a lot of the reason I haven't streamed a lot this year is because I've been doing a lot of client work and a lot of that is digital, right? And a lot of it is just like humanoid topics, um some Pokemon stuff. And I'm just in a place where I haven't been studying a lot and see we're coming back for what I've been calling refreshers the past couple days and I I've been drawing nonstop, but I haven't been practicing this stuff, and this stuff basically feels like I haven't been drawing at all. So some people build up rust faster than others. I build up rust hecka fast, like super fast. What about you guys? Around how long do you have to go without drawing before you like are noticeably starting to forget subjects? Wow, this bike sucks. It's because I'm distracted. Yeah, we'll say that. I'm just gonna blame everyone else. You feel like you forget a lot because you're still in the beginning stage. Topics aren't sticking like they would with a veteran. Okay. So what does your studying look like? Like when you choose a subject or subjects, what do you like how do you tend to lay it out? One thing at a time, multiple things? I'm a big believer in oversaturating on one topic. Stick to one topic. Good. Right now, you're trying to fully understand form, perspective, and rotating form, sort of like Tom Fox. Oh man. Uh, yeah. Back before Tom Fox was really popular, so back I was saying like 2017, I signed up to be one of his first students, and it didn't work out because of my convention schedule. I was full time anime comic book convention artist, so our schedules just couldn't line up, and yeah, this was before he was really popular. I just saw his work and I was like, he's this is fucking crazy. So yeah, I signed up to be one of his first mentor mentees rather. And to this day it sucks. I'm just like I think about it sometimes like, man, that would have been that would have been dope. But, schedules didn't work out cuz I was always on the road for work. Good bargain at the time. He was only charging like 150 a month or 100 a month or something like that for like one-on-one sessions. Crazy to think about it now, right? But yeah, Tom Fox is a beast. Do you think you'd benefit much from him now though, since you understand form and a bunch of topics? I'd assume all you have left learning are different aesthetics. Now I don't think there's anything. I mean, now I don't think I would benefit almost at all from being a student of his, other than I think, um, yeah, other than like catching some things in his style, which I wouldn't need to be a student of his. I would just need to check out his stuff online at this point. Um, yeah, no, that's a good question. I'm thinking about it right now. That's why. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I, yeah, but he's I even now like I have his course on Domestica, which I only bought that like was it like a year ago, a year and a half ago. So even though like I've gotten these fundamentals, because that's what we're doing right here. This is all just shape fundamentals, shape and perspective fundamentals, and then learning how to insert objects into those boxes, those shapes. That's all this is. So even though I have a good understanding of this, I still bought his Domestica course, and I actually found it very informative but boring personally. I would recommend it. I would recommend Tom Fox's Domestica course, Hyunjin Kim's hands course, if you have trouble with hands, man, Hyunjin Kim has on the, I don't know how to pronounce it, Kazone, on the Kazone site. Um I bought it like when it first came out. I know that the prices have gone up since. I don't know what it's at now. So I can't like recommend it on its current price cuz I don't know how much it costs, but objectively just on its own, Hyunjin Kim's hand course is kind of all you need for hands. Let me find it. No, of course I have it on my bookmarks bar, like a good kid. Yeah, Hyunjin Kim's hands course is really good. I haven't bought his skull course, but I got like a taste of it. I got like a preview of his skull course at a workshop before it was on online. Um pretty good, but I haven't bought the full thing yet, so uh we'll keep this one in mind. Hopefully after you learn how to rotate boxes and cylinders and all angles. I haven't used the Draw a Box website in a long time, but that's pretty sweet. But form is all it is because like once you once you become super duper proficient at form, that means every subject matter you learn after that is all just the same thing, right? Like every topic, whether it's a car, a spaceship, an alligator, a pig, you know, like a chair, you know what I mean? Like everything that you learn after you've mastered shapes and form, or you know, like get the form to have volume and then being able to rotate it in free space with like understanding perspective, like that shit. Once you get all that, all everything else is just it's all the same shit. It comes down to how well can you remember like the bits and bobs of the subject. That's why sometimes I'll just draw every Pokemon when I'm bored. Learning it from Scott Robertson has been a challenge because his approach is a bit boring. Yeah, it's boring, but like what we were talking about earlier, it's boring, but the books that's what makes the book really comprehensive. It's just like there's not a lot of filler. So the example I use all the time is the Stonehouse Anatomy book. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Um, Great book with a lot of information. All right, I have two of these books, one to use and one to keep. I have one is unopened, and then I'm keeping this one. Um, because getting the English version of this book is like damn super difficult now. So I'm really happy. That's one of those books I'm just gonna leave in the bookshelf and not. Anyway, so this book is great. But there's a lot of fluff and filler in here. Yeah, yeah, I know it's great, but is there not a lot of stuff in here that you find is just kind of like repetitive, right? Honestly, and like I get it, but I don't need like sometimes I feel like I want to learn a subject. I don't really need to know like the history of you know like I don't need to I don't want to learn about like evolution as I'm trying to learn this subject. Like it's a great book. The images are great, but I feel like there's a lot like this could be trimmed. God knows what this looked like before, right? Because they go through edits before they publish it. Um you feel like reading too much takes away from the drawing. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I feel like the Stonehouse book, for anyone who has read through this book, you'll know like there's a lot of reading and kind of off topic things. Informative, but off topic. You go to a Scott Robertson book, it's very like mechanical. It's like this is this shit right here. Period. Here's a picture. Next line is did you get that? No, go back up. That's like what it is. Uh I do wish the Stonehouse book came hardcover though. I would have bought the shit out of that. But anyway, yeah, I have two copies of the English version of the initial run of the Stonehouse Anatomy book. One to use, one to keep, and it's either going to be something very valuable later or just something really cool. At worst case, it's just a cool collector's item. Oh, too many words in the. You're talking about the Stonehouse book, right? But that's probably just his personality. Yeah. Did I read through all of Scott Robertson's book? Yeah, I've read through how to draw, how to render, and then rev it up. It's been a few years since I've gone through. I've only gone through how to render once. I've read through how to draw probably like 3 or 4 times, but that was a long time ago. And I've only read through or it's not rev it up. Start your engines. I've only read through start your engines like once, and then the rest of the time I'm using them as like a resource to pick individual topics that I need help with. Um, the Morpho books, I've gone through all of those multiple times, but that's because they're like 10 pages. They're like coloring books. So, oh, you didn't finish it? Um, whenever if I get a new book, I like to go through it like a I treat it like a textbook. I go in and I'll take a bunch of Cornell style notes as I go through it. Um, and every now and then, what I like to do, which I haven't done in so long, is I'll go back through a book that I like and then retake and redo my Cornell style notes. Um, because that's just I like I've just been engineered to function through Cornell notes. Um, like that's some shit that was burned in my brain in high school. Um, and it's just still how I learn best. So when you're reading through an instructional book, like an art book, what's your favorite method of like learning or note taking? Or like how do you like to work uh like how do you like to take the information rather? Are you saying Stonehouse is way too long? I thought you said Scott Robertson is too long. No, Stonehouse is hella long. And again, like I said, so much of it is like irrelevant to the topic. It has a lot of good reference pictures in the back though. Yeah. Anyway, I don't blame anybody for not finishing Stonehouse. That is a long read, and a lot of it feels like a history book. And but if you get to the instructional portions of it, it's pretty good, right? Those little funny illustrations that he has littered throughout the entire book. You know that he has those little illustrations of him and his kid and his wife. Uh, those are great. Those are great. Yeah. Typically, just try to understand the basics of the book, then practice based on intuition. For Scott Robertson, he just went straight to free-handing perspective. Probably better to take notes. Did you go through all the exercises? I think the first time I went through it, I did everything that the book told me to do. Because I when I first read it, I like locked myself in a public library and did it. Um, but no, I don't really do full exercises anymore of like what the books say. Like the end of chapter stuff. God, was that like 8 years ago? What was 2017? 2017. What was 2018, 2017? Fuck. Almost a decade? Man, okay. I need to I need to redo I need to do a full sit down and re-note take on some of these things because now that we're talking about it, that's like almost a decade ago. Shit. Sucks. Oh man. You guys got me thinking now. You've never taken notes? I feel as if I'm terrible at reading art books because I just want to draw, but I'm sure it's limiting. Well, that's the thing. Everybody learns differently. Maybe notes aren't for you. Maybe you wouldn't benefit from notes. But the thing is, you've never tried it, so you got to at least try it. But then it's one of those again, another one of those things. Maybe you were never taught how to take notes, so you don't know how to effectively take notes that work for you. You know what I mean? Like so um one of the things I talk about a lot when we do like quote educational streams and you get people who are struggling to learn, um a lot of the times I feel like it's because so I was in like a medical program in high school, and we used to get graded on how we took notes. Like our grade, we were given a grade based on how well we were studying other topics. So they really hammered that into us, and it's been hammered into me so hard. It's like 20 years later, and I'm still operating that same way because I found that it works the best for me to learn new things. Not everyone had that experience, so I feel like when people come across topics that maybe they find difficult to learn, it's not the topic. Maybe they just don't know how to study. Maybe you weren't a scholarly type of person in your younger years, but now you want to learn how to draw. If you don't have the practice of learning, maybe that's where the problem is, and not so much drawing hands is super hard. Maybe it's not hard. Maybe you just haven't been taught how to learn. Does that make sense? You you don't have a problem with the subject. You just have never been taught how to learn. And I think that's a huge thing for a lot of people because they just jump into a topic. Maybe you need to prime yourself first. It's like when I go to a lot of these conventions, you hear this a lot from older people, older, fucking 30-year olds. No, like, uh, oh man, you're really good at. They'll. This is me doing the voice. Oh man, you're really good at drawing. I wish I could draw. And I respond, you know, how long has it been since you've drawn? Oh, I've never tried. Like, what the fuck? Like I think that a lot of people are far more capable of drawing than they think they are. And then those who believe that they can don't know how to practice, and it has nothing to do with art. It's like everything else around it. So when I you look at something like what Kim Jong Gi does, and we were talking about this yesterday, where I'm just like, on a technical level, what he does is basically just the most refined version of the basics. That's what he does. But it is his visual library and his like the way he expresses like certain subject matters that makes his artwork really stand out. The technical part of it, again, it's the sharpest the basics could be, but it's still just the basics. So him being able to freestyle or freehand something in a 5 point perspective is not impressive to me, because like as time goes on, more and more of us are able to do that because now like the code has been cracked, you know. But despite our technical understanding, it's the things that he drew and how he drew them is what was the most impressive. So I think people get caught up on the wrong thing when they look at his artwork. Um, that's off topic, but I just wanted to say that. I think exactly that. Understanding it through watching usually helps, but studying it academically never stuck. Okay, that's what I mean. Academic studying is how I learn the best. Um, but there's some people who don't even know what works for them. How are you ever supposed to excel at anything if you don't know what works for you? I retain information better listening to particular type of music as well. I used to listen to podcasts, but then I realized listening to people speak doesn't work for me. Listening to certain music works for me. What? You guys should see my dog right now. She's like, come here, come here, come here. Let me see her paws. Want to come up here? You used to hang out up here when you were a baby. Ah! When we used to stream and my dog was like a little puppy, we used to just like sit her around the desk. You weren't great in school? Yeah, but that's the thing. You don't need to learn in like hardcore academia style. You just need to find the way that works best for you. So I think before hopping into trying to learn a subject, if you find yourself struggling, take it a step back and be like, okay, why am I struggling to learn? Okay, well, what have I been doing to learn? Okay, well, I've been trying X. That's not working. Well, maybe I'm going to spend the day to YouTube different ways people are learning, you know? Like if you find that watching a live stream, watching somebody draw is how you learn, that makes you more of a visual learner. So maybe that's where you want to focus and kind of like rip illegal download. No, it's not illegal. Certain live streams that you find helpful, and then just watch them in real time, right? I like I mentioned, I used to donate platelets like every 2 weeks, and every time I was in there, I would be because donating platelets takes like 3 fucking hours. So I would sit there for 3 hours, and you literally can't move. All I would do was watch Art Germ live stream, well, old like replay his old live streams and just watch him digital art, just watch him draw, and so I'm also a visual learner. That works for me as well. Not as well as taking notes, but that's what I used to do. Um, and that worked for me. So maybe if you're the type of person who needs to see somebody rather than them breaking it down in a um like a tutorial video, especially a fucking 20-second uh, TikTok. Hey guys, you want to get better at your art? There. I'm just like I want to get better at killing myself after watching this, like maybe instead of trying to find a tutorial video that's like really tight, maybe you need to watch somebody draw in real time. Anyway, that's just one of those things where I think a lot of people are overlooking. Improve how you learn, and that will just that will affect everything. It's just something to think about if you are struggling, or if you feel like you can, sharpen that up. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, my note taking is fucking immaculate. I used to get scrutinized and on my note taking, so my shit is sharp. That's all I gotta say. I'm not good at a lot of things, but the few things I am good at, I'm hella good at. Hey everybody, stop scrolling. Have you ever wondered how to get better at your artwork? Up talking, you know. The answer is practice. Well, it's taking too long. Well, then you need to learn how to practice better. Jesus Christ. You always hear about those people who have been drawing for 7+ years and they never improve, so they just quit. Yeah. Oh, that's not funny. I didn't mean to laugh at that. But no, yeah, you gotta think about that, right? There's a reason. Like, even if you're not hardcore studying, if you're just drawing for 7 years, your mileage, you should be improving. Like, something about your artwork should improve. Your line control for sure. Your If you're a painter, your brush control, your blending, right? Even if you never change like the type of paper you're using, you're just like, I'm satisfied with all the shit that I'm using right now. There's Your artwork should improve. But you're right. 100% there are people who don't get any better. As somebody who I work at a lot of anime and comic book conventions. I've been to like 200 shows. I'm surrounded by artists all the time, who are making merchandise and not so much focus on the craft. But that's I'm not talking down to them because the environment that I'm going into, that's what we're there for. We're there to make money. So I don't talk shit on people in the artist alley who don't get better at their art. But most of them just straight up never get better at their artwork. And I'm talking, I've known some people for like a decade now, and their level has not improved at all. Fucking crazy. Now, it could be that whole thing that you brought up about like, um, uh, hold on. I missed some stuff here. Wait. Okay, okay, my bad. I thought I missed some stuff in the chat. I didn't. Um, Yeah, sometimes I look at their artwork and I'm like, you haven't improved since I met you. I met you in like 2016. I'm not gonna drop any names because that's not cool. He's not here to defend himself. So all I'm gonna say is I have an artist friend who has been in the field like twice as long as me, and his artwork has not only not improved, it's gotten sloppier. And I just don't understand how he gets so much work. It's bonkers to me. And when, as you guys, if any of you start to go into the art field, like as a profession, and you start interacting with more artists, you're gonna be like, how the fuck are you paying your bills with that? I swear to God. How do you get worse? You get worse because you find success in what you're doing. You're being rewarded for not you're being rewarded for your current behaviors. And if your behavior is like, okay, well, my current art level is, giving me a lot of success, what incentive do I have to get better? Now, the incentive that you should have is you just love this craft and you should just want to get better, right? Especially those of you in the chat right now who are not making money off your art, and you're just doing it because it's like a passion, or you intend to go into the field, but right now you're not making money and you're still studying and it's your passion. To me, that's more impressive. because this is my job. So I have to get better, right? That's like, well, I guess I don't have to, but I want to get better because it's my job. For those who are not making a living off their work and you're still grinding to get better, that is way more impressive to me than somebody in the field who's just like, do you know what I'm talking? Does that make sense? So everybody who's hanging out in here who's not making a living off their art and you're hanging out in an art stream and you're trying to get better, to me that's way more impressive than fucking Scribbles McGee that I'm talking about. known him for like, how long have I known him? 12 years. It's gotten worse. My wife's laughing because she knows who I'm talking about. We could laugh because it's funny. You see a lot of beginner artists get commissions, so I'm not even shocked that people pay for artists. Yeah, yeah. You've seen what people like. And again, I'm not here to talk down about what people like. You can't blame the layman for liking certain things because they don't know what they're looking at. And you can't blame the artist for taking that route because I mean, why not? Right? It's a very romanticized concept to think that improving your skill will instantly improve your odds of being successful. If it were so, the music industry would be very different. We would have no Transformers movies. It would, you know. So while I would never talk down about a beginner artist, one thing that I can't understand is when beginner artists, by beginner I mean skill level wise, like not even proficient at elementary things, like uh they create like a tutorial series and they're just like, sign up to my Patreon and I'll give you this tutorial. I don't blame an artist for doing that because if you have a big audience as an artist, then of course you can get away with that. I'm just fascinated by who the fuck buys that stuff. Like, buying artwork from an artist, regardless of their skill level, buying artwork from them because you like them or their style, totally get it. But if you're looking for instruction, um, and you go to someone, anyway, you guys get what I'm saying. That's always been a fascinating one to me. I'm like, you could find better instruction on YouTube. Their excuse is teaching is the best way to learn. Oh no. Again, like I would never blame an artist for wanting to create an instructional series. I'm saying as a consumer or somebody a because you know the people who buy that stuff are fellow artists, and to me that blows my mind because there are obviously people who are super skilled at particular things, and at least to me, those are the ones who I would want to learn from. But what do I know? But I guess diversity in the our field is what makes the world go round, right? Oh, you know what? Strikes, that is a very good point, Strikes. Oh my god, you know, I don't think I've considered that. You just blew my mind. Oh my, I have never that concept has never even crossed my fucking mind. That is you said Strike says I think a lot of people are intimidated to learn from extremely good artists. I have never thought of that. Some people learn from those artists because they seem attainable and never want to learn. Ah, you just like you just like blew my mind right now. That is, huh. Well, then that makes sense then. Now my entire worldview is oh, oh, careful. Just go lay down. We're almost done. I've like you've completely restructured like my worldview now. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to tell my wife. So we were talking about why do artists buy tutorials from people who aren't good? You know how like everybody has like a tutorial that they're selling,
Mm-hmm.
and I just didn't comprehend it. And someone was just like, you know, it's probably because there are some people who are intimidated to try to learn from really skilled artists because they feel like it's something they can't obtain, like a self esteem kind of thing. So they buy from these artists who are like a little softer. It seems like it's more obtainable to get to that level. Like
That
it's
makes
like a
sense.
mental thing. And I've
Yeah,
never thought of that. I've never thought of that before.
that's a really bad habit.
It's a bad habit, but I mean that makes sense though,
It
and I've
does.
never thought of that. Yeah,
I wouldn't either.
but like my whole brain is like melting. Which is okay. What you just said right there. Yeah, people could watch people doing this, but I always tell people again. This goes back to that whole thing where I was just saying that a majority of people, their problem isn't the art. Their problem is their learning. They they don't know how to learn. Um, but I guess these are all just concepts that come with time, and you would have to talk to other artists to figure this stuff out. Um, oh my gosh. Well, don't be like those people. All right, so uh, taking in this new bit of worldview and information, I've processed it and I've come up with a conclusion. Um, don't be like them. You know, again, that's a very personal thing because I've never had a confidence issue when it comes to my artwork. I've had, like everybody, frustrating times. Um, you hear my dog? It's just no. So I've had like everyone else, crazy frustrating times with my art, but there's never a time I haven't been confident about it. I think it's because when here's the thing, when you're first starting as an artist, I would say let's say the first 5 years of art, if you're just brand new, you should never feel bad or nervous about your artwork because you're fucking new. You're like, what? That's like going to the gym and making fun of someone who's fat. I'm like, yeah, they're supposed to be here. Or going to the grocery store and just like looking around, look at these hungry motherfuckers, right? Like, if you haven't been studying art, especially if you're not able to do it full time because you have like a job and shit, there's no reason to feel bad about any level of your artwork because you're new. Um, yeah, I guess. No, I was gonna say, oh, hold on. The stacks. I think a lot of beginners struggle to break through the beginner's wall because of fear of high expectations. So you have high expectations of yourself, right? But that's not just art though. That's anything. That's any field. Have you ever have you ever worked manual labor? The first day going out there, you're like, so like I used to I used to drive a forklift, right? And I remember I went through like the certification of it, and then when I went out my first day on the job, I was just like, in my head, I was so unconfident. I was like, I'm gonna kill somebody today on accident. you know, I think it's just like it's just that. It's not specifically an art thing. I think it's just that. So, and then I think the thing that's gonna make that worse is hanging out on social media too much. Social media is a drug, and if you can't do it responsibly, you shouldn't be using it. See, I can. No, I'm a bad example. People can, like, there's certain people who could smoke one cigarette and then stop. There are other people who chain smoke 5 cigarettes and then can no longer stop. That's all it is. So if you're the type of artist who can go online to social media and find resources and reference pictures and maybe some inspiration, uh, then you could be responsible. If you're the type who will doom scroll for 45 minutes and then just feel like feel like shit, then you don't need to be on there. So you say Moki, you say you struggle with that. You struggle with what? Which goes back to what you mentioned, seeing artists like you. It's like where backseat drawing. Someone who can't do it, it feels worse. I get that. Like I said, I get getting frustrated. Um, especially like when I first found Kim Jong Gi. I remember the first video I found of his was in 2014, and I was just watching him do like a big wall drawing, and I was just like, "What the fuck is this? Like, what? Why? What is this?" Um, but then that goes back to the thing I was saying. If it continuously makes you feel bad, then you can't use this technology responsibly. Not you, just in general. It's a blanket statement. Then you can't use it responsibly. You don't need to be using it. I think, I had a panel at TwitchCon, um, and the most poignant question was near the end of it. It's up on my YouTube channel if you want to watch it. It's kind of boring. I wouldn't recommend it. But I had a panel at TwitchCon, and one of the questions near the end was somebody talking about comparing themselves to other artists, and I was just kind of like, in short, I was just like, just turn your shit off and draw. Like, calm the fuck down. Like, but I couldn't say that because I was on a panel, right? I was like, the people around me. So, uh, yeah, I think one of the biggest things that could help, we're talking about studying, right? One of the biggest things that could help studying, um, is kind of just shutting everything out, shutting everything away. Social media. Do any of you have that problem? I'm going to tell you something right now. Even I don't have Instagram, X, or like I don't have any of them on my phone. I have them on my desktop, my work desktop. I have them there, and that's where I handle all my business. But even I, with all my time, find that I'm not responsive. Like I'm so self aware, and I've been on them for so long, and I'm very cautious about how I let it into my like my brain. Um, Even I am just like I'm not responsible enough, so I took it off my phone. And I do that. I use it for work, and I still take it off my phone. So honestly, um, I was like, "Where's my phone?" Oh, I'm using it for the chat right here. Yeah, my phone is straight like bare bones. Like sometimes I have Reddit on there. Sometimes, yeah. You do struggle with that. Your plan actually was to go offline cold turkey. Yep, and follow your drawing practice plan. That there's no downside to that. Went right back to scrolling on social media. And you know what the worst part is? A lot of phones don't even let you uninstall them. A lot of phones will let you disable them, but a lot of them don't let you even uninstall them. which is crazy. Like with my phone, I can't uninstall Facebook on there. I could disable it and remove like the shortcut, but I can't uninstall it. But yeah, so like whatever study plan that you were gonna have will only benefit from removing social media from your daily. Like there's no downside to it. Now, whether or not it negatively affects you, you know, up for discussion. Well, all I could say is there's no downside to getting rid of it. Especially if you said you identified it as a problem. You also want to be careful of as you get into the field, you have a lot of say you guys said bit newer artists here. As you get further into the field, um you get to the point where you're starting to make money with your art. I would cautionary right now, a lot of snake oil salesmen online, you know, like how to like the more popular thing online right now is how to be an artist in regards to like the social medias or the business side. And it's important to know the business side stuff, but like a way a lot of them are framing it, it's a really snake oil way of doing it. It's just like buy my course and you're fucking show you how to regrow your hair, right? Like that kind of stuff. Um, because the answer is like networking and then getting good at art. And getting good at art just takes a lot of practice. Network means going out to events and you know exposing yourself to people, and that's how to do it. Everything else, honestly, is either you go viral online or it's snake oil. Just letting you guys know right now. So like what we're doing right here, this is this is me saying I've been in it for over a decade, and I'm refreshing because I'm rusty. That's what we're doing. What okay, so what platforms do you use the most? Did you ever try out Kara? Is it Kara? I made an account just to get the handle in case I ever want to use it, but I never uploaded to there. Oh yeah. I always make an account on whatever's new just because I want to secure my username in case that platform blows up. I usually spend most of the time on Discord, Twitter, and Twitch. It's like a double-edged sword for beginners. I think Twitch is safe, like in regards to uh or safer rather, because Twitch is a slower, long form type of thing. I'm talking about if you're consuming artwork on here. Um, not like explosions and screaming and stuff. But like, I've always thought Twitch was okay because it's like we can have interactions like what we're doing now. Um, and you get to, if you're watching an artist, you get to watch them work in real time, you know, and I think that's pretty cool. The other ones, the other ones, it's just like rapid fire, melt your brain, you know. Oh no, Twitter is Discord is cool. There's educational channels like this, but like you said, if you can't be responsible, then it's detrimental. Yeah, that's like everything. But well, hey, you're self aware. You know, you're self aware. I'm glad that everybody is like, you know how there's nobody. You know, ever notice how there's nobody who defends social media? Everybody, even people who use it hardcore, like are just they'll say, yeah, this is really bad. You know, everyone knows. So I guess at least we can get that right. That's a win. Everybody knows. You know, for a while, I used to feel like I was sounding like such an old man when I would talk like, "Oh, you should get off the Instagram. It's just bad for you." You know, it's like how they used to complain about the television, which they were right. The idiot box. Huh? That's some old shit. That's some old shit. But it was right, right? Okay. I always felt like I was such an old person when I would like wagging my finger, but it seems like everybody's kind of come around. Strike says Twitch is more chill because you're watching long form instead of doom scrolling. Yes, that's the biggest difference. isn't the whole dopamine addiction thing? If you can't go offline and just do your study plan, it's probably because your brain is wired to rely on. Yes, that's 100% what it is. It's a pure addiction, and it's like it's designed to be that way. Yeah, but I do hope that you're all able to kind of get past all that and do your study plans. See, for me, uh, it actually sometimes it helps me to stream my practice, and here's why. Uh, like streaming in general, well, especially when I'm working on big projects like the big Dragon Ball and big Pokemon project, for example, I streamed all of that stuff. Some of the reasons I do that is because it keeps me engaged. Yeah, I work a little slower, but it keeps me engaged in the topic at hand. Like even if I was studying on my own, or if I was sketching on my own rather, I could probably clear out 3 times as many sketches, but I think my brain would wander somewhere and just kind of lose focus a little bit. Even if I wasn't doing social media, if I got tired, I'd be like, well, I guess I'll go take a nap or something, like uh so and maybe uh I always recommend somebody who's studying, if you have trouble being alone, like you can't get away from that dopamine hit that Strikes was just talking about, try streaming. You only need a phone to do it. You don't need a fucking you don't need a, a laptop or a super powerful PC. You just need a phone. You don't even need a good mic, you know. You don't need a face cam. I'm not using the face cam. I did for years. This is actually yesterday and today is my first time streaming without a face cam because I think I've come to the conclusion that it doesn't matter. Unless you're like a hot chick, I don't think it matters. Come on, let's how it is. So, uh yeah, so that's another study method that you could try, that like how many people do you see streaming that are just studying? And another thing about streaming your study work is, guess what? Nobody's going to judge you if you suck at something, because that's what studying is for. If somebody comes into your study stream and they are giving you a hard time, like, "Oh, you suck. You should be practicing." You're like, "Bitch, what do you think we're doing here?" I mean, you're always going to come across those people, like we mentioned before, people people who give fat people at the gym a hard time. Like, where else are they supposed to be? Like, um, yeah. So if you feel like you still want to, you can't get away from that dopamine hit. Like you need to be online. You know. Also, you gives you a chance to monetize your studies, and it can get eyeballs. And again, this is something that I've always live streamed my work, even from when I was like brand new. Um, I've picked up I've picked up a lot of work, like commission work. I got my job with DeviantArt before AI took over that website, through my live streams. And I'm only stating this because a lot of people in the chat said that they're kind of newer artists. And you'll start to build a body of work before, like you're still, in your eyes, you're still like cooking, right? You're still you're still like an unbaked piece of dough, and you haven't gone into the oven yet, right? That's how a lot of new artists probably feel, because that's how I felt. So if you start building up a body of work through live streaming your practices now, um maybe you'll start to, maybe you'll start to get work and eyeballs to you as an artist before you've even gone into the oven, you know? And if you could start building that early, because, building a following takes fucking forever if it ever even happens. So, just my advice, if you're new, I think one good way to get your artwork out there without the pressure of needing to be good, while still getting a practice in, is to stream your practice work. And then if people like you, your personality, or whatever it is that you're doing, once you're done baking, you've built up this following. You could fucking do anything after that. And especially if you're a hot chick and you have a camera and you do this, that's like XP multiplier. uh I don't make the rules. Yeah, and then you could take your VODs, you could take the store, you could take the live stream recording. Um you could take the live stream recording and then turn that into like a social media thing later. You know what I mean? Like there's this whole synergy that goes along with it. But if you want to stay off social media, don't do that. But my point is that's something that I think is worth your time because it doesn't cost anything unless you try to get fancy with your setup. Then that's going to cost money, but you only need a phone. And you never know what's going to catch viral. Look at the idiots who are internet famous right now. If you're a hot chick, additional 25 bucks each subscription, someone is subbing a tier 3. I mean, it's only funny because that's how it works. But I mean, like, all jokes aside, all that aside, um, for those in the chat, and if you are having all these, you're frustrated and you're not quite sure what to do with your work, that is one avenue you can go down, and it'll just get the ball rolling on the eyeballs to your art, and you're gonna be practicing anyway. So why not just try to, at the very least, you'll get like ad revenue from it. So okay, so I know yesterday I said that the last couple of minutes of the stream I was going to answer questions, and then I didn't see all the questions that got asked because my chat wasn't refreshing because the Twitch app sucks. So I'm not following the chat through the Twitch app right now. I'm following it through just the website. So we're going to be done in about 10 minutes. So if there are any questions or topics that you want to touch on, go ahead and throw them at me now. Um, because I have like 4 commissions that I have to do. So that's going to be the rest of my night is doing that. No, but I appreciate you guys. Like, as fun as streaming is, um, it's like an interview. It's only as good. A stream is only as fun as the people, not just the host, but as the people who are in the chat too. And you guys have brought up some really good points, especially that whole thing about some artists are intimidated by like trying to learn from high skilled artists. What an interesting concept that I've never thought of. That said, don't ever don't ever let that happen to you. If you want to learn from who you think is the best at that particular topic. I feel like I've answered all your questions. No, it's all good. Yeah, it's I find that mechanical stuff, the 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 highest viewed streams that I get are ones that revolve around drawing people. Almost any other topic, like almost any other topic, anything doesn't like I don't keep as many viewers. And it's always been like that. Um so that's why you'll find a lot of people are always just drawing anime girls because it that does yield the highest amount of views. But I'm glad that you all were in here keeping me company and keeping the conversation going. All right. Well, this was a good one. I appreciate it. Topic for tomorrow. I'm kind of on the fence about the topic for tomorrow's refresher. Um, I know we didn't really. It doesn't feel like we got a lot done today, but I actually this was nice. Like like I guess we did get a lot done today. Um, this was a solid mental refresher today of vehicles. I have a couple of potential topics for tomorrow. Um, we guess you just have to wait and see. All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. See you tomorrow.